You wake up. You hear your alarm clock ringing. It looks like it's morning. You try to go back to sleep, but your alarm clock is too loud. It's really annoying actually. You check next to you. It seems your cat girl wife is not here. Actually, you don't remember having one. You try to halberd the alarm clock, but you didn't sleep with the halberd. You try to develop the skill of sleeping through an alarm clock. You think you are gaining this skill, but you will have to be here for hours. You throw your docky at the alarm clock. You don't actually have a docky, so you just throw a pillow. It just hits the snooze button, and it stops for 5 minutes before starting again. You pat the top of your head, checking for any cat ears. You don't feel any cat ears. You decide not to undergo anti-alarm clock training, and you turn off the alarm clock and get out of bed. You wake up feeling refreshed and a little sleepy. You feel like you dreamed about something, but you weren't sure what it was. You think about your sanity. Feeling pretty sane right now actually. No mental health problems at all. You find the alarm clock, and you try to shove it into your pockets. It's a little large for that, so you just hold it. You look around the room for the nearest weapon. You don't find any really, unless you think a pillow or a blanket is a weapon. You do notice something strange, however. Your bed. It's a bunk bed for some reason. You don't remember it being like that, or maybe you do. That's weird. Normal. You decide that that's normal and stop thinking about it. You look at the top bunk. It's not made at all. Your roommate is always lazy about that. You feel a little confused for a moment, thinking about your roommate. Somehow you don't feel like you had one, but you clearly remember having one. You rummage through your memories, thinking about that person that also lives here. If you remember right, there's only one bedroom in this place, so for some reason you had the weird idea to get a bunk bed. You think this is silly, but it's something you suggested, so you can't complain. Besides, it's not like you want to pay the rent all by yourself. You look at the top bunk a second time in an attempt to find your roommate. It has not changed since the last time you looked. If you had to guess, you would assume they are not here because they woke up and left the room. You look around for a dresser or cabinet, and you find a dresser full of your clothes. You think about climbing back into your bed, but surely you have other things you'd like to do today, don't you? You check your clothes, refreshing your mind of what kind of clothes you like to wear. Looks like you've got a bunch of nice shirts of various colors. You also have a bunch of pants of various colors. You can't say you have the best fashion sense, looking at this. You crawl back into bed as you think about going back to sleep, but it seems like you can't fall back to sleep. You check for skirts. You find some skirts, also of varying colors. You think about your clothing choices for the day, and then suddenly whip your head around, as if you were hoping to catch the furniture in some kind of suspicious act. However, the furniture is just where you remember it. You start putting clothes on, all of your clothes in fact. It's way too heavy, uncomfortable, and hot. This is awful. Why would you do this? Your indecision has led to you have a mildly unpleasant experience. You take off all the excess clothing and then put on what you normally wear. A shirt of color and pants of also a color. You look for a maid dress, but you don't find it. Now that you are dressed, it looks like you are ready to start your day. It's your day off today, so you can do whatever you want. You check if the door to the bedroom is locked. However, it is not. It seems like you are not trapped in your bedroom. You feel like starting off the day with a cigarette, but it seems like you don't have any stored in your bedroom. If you remember right, you might have some in the kitchen. You make your roommate's bed real quick, and then head to the kitchen for breakfast or possibly to smoke. You suddenly gain anxiety because one of the voices in your head has decided to make you anxious. You don't like it. You head out to the kitchen, which is nice and clean. You look around for cigs in the kitchen. You are worried about nicotine withdrawal. You find a pack of cigarettes on the counter, next to a lighter. You think about calming down by cuddling a dog-sized spider. But, actually, that's a horrifying thought. It does the opposite of calming you down. You're really glad dog-sized spiders do not exist. You try to resist smoking a cigarette, and you just hold it and the lighter in your hands while going, "I don't need it." You distract yourself from your urges by remembering the Wikipedia page for boops boops and a nice picture of them on it. Your mind is trying to fool you into thinking that dog-sized spiders exist, and you reject reality and think about boops boops instead. Then, you light up a cigarette without even really paying attention, and smoke it. You start coughing. Wow, this sucks. You've never actually smoked before and it's kind of unpleasant. You actually don't even know how to do it. You probably did it wrong. These must be your roommate's cigarettes or something. You'll have to apologize later. Not again, you think to yourself. You throw the alarm clock in the sink, and turn on the faucet. You have ruined your alarm clock, punishing it for the act of doing what it was made to do. You look around for any notes in the kitchen, and find none. You wonder where your roommate is, but now that you take a listen, you can hear them in another room. You head to the bathroom. You are now in the bathroom. You think about sneaking out of the bathroom that you just entered. You don't want your roommate to find you, terrified of the thought of being caught as a cigarette thief. You try to remember some old saying about sinks, but you can only half remember it. You decide to do your morning routine, but it turns out your morning routine consists of brushing your teeth and leaving, as far as you remember. So you brush your teeth. However, something strange happens when you brush your teeth in front of the mirror. Your reflection. It seems odd to you somehow. It's blurry at first, but slowly coming into focus. Yeah. You feel like you heard a cat somewhere for a second. You look at the mirror. In the reflection, you see some oddly familiar looking person, with yellow hair and a flower on their face. You see this for 1 second before you smash the mirror with your fist. You think Alice, but the mirror is broken. Oh well. Also, your hand is bleeding. That hurts a lot actually. You look at the mirror shards, and you see some blurry images in them, but it's really hard to make out anything other than the color yellow. You check the toilet, seeing if it's reflective. However, it's not really, it's just a toilet. You used the handy bathroom first aid kit to treat the mirror related injury that you gave yourself just now. At least you're not bleeding all over anymore. You check the toilet's tank, because for some reason that is how you want to spend your day off. Your toilet is pretty clean, and it looks like it's functioning properly. You look in the water, it's very clear and not reflective at all really. You do not have to use the bathroom at this time. Out of the corner of your eye, for just a moment, you see that person again. But as you turn around, they're gone. Did you just imagine it? You're confused. You feel like you've spent too much time doing nothing productive in the bathroom today. You imagine if that random person you just thought you saw had a shotgun. How that would be cool. You decide to leave the bathroom, and you look for your roommate. When you were in the kitchen, you thought you heard them in the living room. So that's where you go. However, your roommate is not here. You go back to your bedroom and grab a skirt. Just to hold, I guess. You look on the TV. It looks like your favorite show is on. You could sit here and watch it, if you want. It's your day off, after all. You hug the TV for doing its job well. The angry spirit of the alarm clock curses you for your hypocritical actions. But, you can't see or understand ghosts, so you don't hear anything. You turn on the TV and watch cartoons. The show that's on the TV, you're not sure what it's called. But it's got like a little green guy. He just says blorp. That's it. That's all that happens in the entire show. Just silence randomly interrupted by glorps. Your stomach rumbles. You remember that you didn't actually eat anything. You just decided to try, and fail to smoke instead. You change the channel, showing some kind of drama. There's about 100 camera cuts for dramatic effect. There's so many camera cuts that you aren't really sure what's happening other than some women looking kind of pissed off. You decide to stop watching that, and you head back into the kitchen. As you do, you suddenly get a phone call. An uncharacteristic amount. 1. The phone is ringing on the kitchen counter. Ring, 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 ring. You decide that the phone must be destroyed. But first, you pick up the phone. You pick it up, and listen. You hear a voice on the other side. Is your refrigerator running? You respond by breathing heavily into it. You then say, I know where you live. The person on the other side of the call says, What? I mean, your fridge. Is it running? You look at your fridge. It's powered. But you don't see any legs. You start vaguely threatening the caller with your certain amount of special skills. They seem confused. And a little scared. You go and unplug your fridge. You then tell them that your fridge is in fact no longer running. They say, oh, okay. And then they hang up. Then you decide to drown the phone, adding it to the pile of electronic corpses. The alarm clock. You move on from your cruelty towards electrances, and decide to fix yourself some breakfast. You open up your fridge, and are momentarily surprised that the fridge light does not turn on. It's like your refrigerator is not plugged in, or something. You find a bed of shredded cheese in your fridge, as well as a can of Pepsi. You giggle to yourself, thinking about dead machines. You decide to plug the fridge back in. You check for mac and cheese, none in the fridge it looks like, but that's not typically where it's stored. You look at the shredded cheese, it seems like it's quite old, maybe you should throw it out. You say to yourself dramatically, "We need to find mac and cheese him." You make gun motions with your hands, and say pew pew. And then you throw the bag of shredded cheese into the sink, and drown it with the other electronics. You are trying to recall your roommate's name, when suddenly they arrive to see you throwing random appliances and cheese into the sink. They say, "What on earth are you doing?" You scream at your roommate and rush them. They flinch. You stop just before hitting them, deciding not to commit violence. You say, "The cheese betrayed me," before scampering off into the living room. Your roommate follows you, seemingly concerned that you have completely lost your mind. You try to throw yourself out the window, but you just bounce off. You're impressed with the studiness of your windows. You ask your roommate, "Are you Mac? Where are they?" They just look really confused, and say, "Do you need to see a doctor? I can drive you to the hospital." You break down and start sobbing about the lack of mac and cheese. You ask if your roommate has seen your antipsychotics. Your roommate says, "You don't have any, though maybe you do really need some." You pour the can of Pepsi on your head, making your head sticky. Your roommate looks very concerned. Your roommate says, Mac. But, oh okay. Yeah, I know where Mac is. Want me to take you to them? You ask your roommate why they're a cat girl. They just smile and say, yeah, I am a cat girl. Don't worry, we'll get you some help. Your roommate tries to lead you to the garage. You look at them with suspicion. What's wrong? I'll take you to Mac. Just relax. You get ready to hotwire the car, but your roommate has this object. It's called a car key. This means you don't need to hotwire it. You reach the garage, and your roommate gets in the driver's seat. You try to wash off your hair, but you don't have any water to do that, so you're just sticky. You compliment your roommate on their hotwiring skills. Thanks. You lick a random wire in the garage. It's covered in dust and it tastes dusty. You ask to ride in the trunk. Please just ride in the front like a normal person. They respond. You ask your roommate for their name, and they say it, but somehow you don't hear it. A random car honk outside happens at the exact time they say their name. You thank your roommate for taking you to the hospital instead of abandoning you by the side of the road. They say, of course. No, my name isn't Honk, it's Minus. Another loud sound comes out of nowhere. This time it's the sound of the nearby train that runs. You ask God to phonetically honk at you. God doesn't respond. You turn on the radio for the weather report. Your roommate slaps your hand. If I am driving, the radio is mine. Yeah, we'll find Mac. Just get your seat belt on and we'll go. You crawl into a ball. Your roommate immediately gives up on getting you to do anything, and just decides to drive slowly instead of further attempting to get you to wear a seat belt. Before you know it, you arrive in front of the hospital. You start pretending to be a radio host. Your roommate ignores your insanity. You are led up to the front desk, and your roommate whispers to the receptionist. You start talking about how you need to go to the suspicious alley by the supermarket. You look around the room. It looks like it's not too busy today, mostly just hospital staff around. The receptionist makes a call, and tells you to wait and Dr. Mac will see you shortly. You charge at a random nurse, causing her to scream. You question her on the whereabouts of Mac, and she says, "He'll be with you in a moment. Calm down." I'll lead you to the room. Just relax. You steal a pen from the counter, but it's chained to the table. Seems like they got tired of their pens being stolen. You start eating it and the receptionist looks very unhappy about this. Eventually, a nurse arrives and says, "Please follow me, and stop doing that." You strength check the chain, it's easily broken off. You ask for other flavors of pens. The receptionist says, "No." Your roommate looks at you with concern, and then you dab at the receptionist. You follow the nurse to the room. You take a seat, and wait for the doctor to arrive. You start talking to chat, saying you are going to do a 24-hour hospital challenge. You get no response. You look for a bedpan to put on as a hat, but you don't find one. You look for a sink in the room, and find one. You wash the Pepsi out of your hair. You are now less sticky. You don't see any mirror in the room. You look for beeping electronics. There's a computer and a phone on the wall. Neither are beeping at this moment. You take the phone off the wall, and throw it into the sink. You search for batteries, checking the various drawers, but find none. You type onto the computer, but it needs a password. You ask the computer to tell you where Mac is, and right on cue, you hear a knock at the door. A man wearing a white coat enters. He has a name tag on, Dr. Mac, it says. You type in 7192. The computer seems to just shut off. You call him brother. He writes something down on his notepad. You say, "Mac, where's cheese?" He says, "I've heard that one more than enough times. You'll have to get better material to make me laugh." Now, what seems to be the problem? I understand you've been destroying electronics in your home. You start screaming at and attacking the doctor. Then you start stabbing him with a chewed-on pen. It doesn't break his skin or cause him serious injury, but he's definitely not enjoying this experience. He calls for help. Two uniformed police officers enter the room, and they restrain you. You try to explain to the doctor that you were just trying to be romantic, and that he's being ungrateful. You tell him a joke. Why do all astronauts use a Mac? Because it's dangerous to open windows in space. Nobody laughs. Because you are being a SD. You tell them that it was a prank, an April Fool's joke, for a stream. You point to a camera in the room, a camera that does not exist. The cops look at one another, and the doctor talks to them slightly outside of your hearing range. You start telling Chet about how you are going to punch a cop in the nards. The cop in question tightens your handcuffs and forces you to the ground. You accuse the doctor of molding your cheese. The cops sigh and they haul you out of the place. They load you into a cop car, and you are taken to the police station, and promptly put in a jail cell. You scream and holler about oppression, breaking cuffs, class traitors, cheese freaks. The cops are seemingly used to crazy people, and they just ignore you. You are now in a jail cell. You shout, "I can break out of these cuffs. HNNNNNGGGGGHHH." You are left alone in a jail cell. All that's in here is a toilet, a sink, and a bed. You use your knowledge of how to break out of cuffs, and you try to use your strength. It doesn't work. You shout, "Sink." You try to grab anything that's not bolted down, but you are still handcuffed. You put the handcuffs in the sink, and now your hands are wet. As time passes, you realize that there's no way out of this jail cell. You're trapped there, and you eventually run out of energy and fall asleep on the bed. Before you know it, you're hearing your alarm clock again. Beep, 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 beep. You wake up in your bed. You weren't handcuffed or anything like that. Was it a dream? You wonder. You praise the alarm clock for being a kind of technology, and then start petting it. This causes the alarm to snooze 4 times. You unplug the alarm clock and carry it out of the room with you. You head to the kitchen and place it on the sink again. Then you just leave it there. You say, "You've learned your lesson now," to the alarm clock, which does not respond. Then you head to the bathroom, but the door is shut. Seems like it's occupied. You knock on the door. You hear your roommate from within. "What is it? I am busy in here." You tell your roommate that you need to shower. They say, "Come back in 10 minutes." You complain that your head hurts and they tell you to take some medicine or something. You ask aloud, "Is this where we harvest cat girl milk?" Your roommate just says, "What?" Then you ask if their refrigerator is running. They say, "Yes." Then you ask where the mac and cheese is, and they respond, "Check the cabinets in the kitchen." You imitate a train noise, and then accuse your roommate of planning a prank call. "I don't know what you're talking about." You ask if they have ibuprofen. They say, "Kitchen cabinets." You move like a gremlin, searching for mac and cheese, as well as pain medicine in the kitchen. You find both. You check for cans of mac and cheese. Turns out they store that stuff in boxes actually. You've got like 10 boxes of mac and cheese in here. There's one bottle of ibuprofen. You don't see any laxatives. Just ibuprofen, some cold medicine, and some cough drops. You decide to cook every single box of mac and cheese today. You get out your largest pot, and you put all of it in there. You aren't really following the directions, but your hunger for mac and cheese is blinding you to the fact that you're not really doing this right. You decide to put all the medicine in there too. Eventually, your horrible concoction of poorly cooked pile of mac and cheese with medicine is complete. You say, "Bottoms up, down the hatch," and just start eating. The next thing you know, you are facing extreme kidney pain. You collapse onto the floor and lose consciousness. You wake up in your bed, alarm blaring. Beep 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 beep. You beep back at the alarm clock, but this doesn't stop it from beeping. Beep 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 beep. You ask the alarm clock, "What's a guy gotta do to sleep in around here?" The alarm clock responds, "Just set your alarm to a different time, jackass." You rush to the bathroom, somehow missing the fact that the alarm clock was just talking to you. You make it to the bathroom. You throw the alarm clock into the sink and drown it. You can hear it screaming and crying as its life is extinguished. You lock the door and look to escape by window, but there isn't a window in here. You brush your teeth while taking a long look at your reflection. This time, without shattering the glass, you see a slightly blurry figure. It appears to be a blonde cat girl with a red flower on their right eye. It's mouthing something at you, and then you try to kiss it. The figure in the mirror looks very uncomfortable with this. It seems to step further away from you, now smaller in the reflection. You ask Alice how the weather is today, but no sound comes from the mirror. It seems like Alice is trying to say something. You ask Alice what they're trying to say, and they just keep trying to say it. You look shocked. You are telling them to tell you their secrets, and they are clearly trying to. You put your ear to the mirror. You still don't hear anything. You finally try to read her lips, and you think she's telling you to wake up, or something. You touch the mirror, nothing happens. You ask Alice to vibrate. Alice looks confused and just shakes around. You ask Alice to do a flip, which she easily does. She looks very smug about it. You suddenly get the urge to Naya, and you do. Naya, you say to yourself. You say that you thought you were already awake, and you ask if you are still dreaming. Alice just keeps telling you to wake up, soundlessly. You try to do a flip on the slippery tile floor. You fall down. You don't break your neck, but it's painful. When you get up, the reflection of Alice has changed. Now it just seems like smearing what you're doing, like some kind of mirror. You try another flip, and you fall over again. Your body hurts a lot. You are now on the floor in the Family Guy death pose. You apologize to Alice from the floor, but you can't see the mirror from here anyways. You search your pockets for a top, so you can try that thing you saw in a movie once. Alas, you have no tops on you at this time. You crawl yourself out of the bathroom, and back to your bedroom. Your roommate is there, looking at you with concern. Why are you crawling around? You say, sleep will help us wake up. Didn't get enough sleep last night. You scream at God. Your roommate laughs. I don't think God caused your bad sleep. You look at your roommate. They look different than you remember. They have cat ears for some reason. You wonder about pills that could make you more sane. You think those probably exist, but you don't have any on you right now. You explain to your roommate that you want to learn how to do a backflip to impress a cat girl. She thinks you're joking, and then says, "Here, watching this." She then does a standing backflip. You then explain to her that she looks like a cat girl to you. Why? Because I am so good at flips. You start hallucinating that a panda is sitting on your head. This comforts you. You explain that you saw a cat girl in the mirror. Your roommate just thinks you're joking. You question the cat girl about unhealthy relationships and healthy ones. She looks at you sadly, still sad about that breakup. You should really get out there, meet new people. Don't cry. Come on, I'll teach you how to do a flip. Your roommate then starts instructing you on how to do a flip, explaining that you're definitely fit enough to do one. You just need to be more coordinated. You try to seduce your roommate in the middle of the backflip lesson, which causes you to lose focus and fall on your face. She laughs at you. Eventually, through the power of friendship and comedy, you learn how to do a front flip as well as a back flip. You're actually quite good at them now. It feels less like you gained a skill, and more like you remembered an old one. You flip the conversation to your roommate. You're a natural flipper. You explain that it's your cat girl genes. She laughs at what she assumes is a joke. You pet her head. She brushes your hand aside. Stop that. You try to do both a front flip and a back flip at the same time, and end up falling on your face again. You then try to do a side flip, and you manage it. You check your own head for cat ears. You feel them there. You start breakdancing on the floor. You're not very good at it though. Your roommate humors you, however, and claps. You ask if there's any NyQuil, and she says, "There's some in the kitchen cabinet." You check your backside for a tail. You don't see one there. You finish your breakdance with an exciting finish, but it mostly just looks like you're wiggling around on the floor because you're not very experienced at breakdancing. You eventually get up, head to the kitchen, and grab that NyQuil you wanted. You come back to the bedroom, and put a shirt on your head, and ask if you have cat ears there. Your roommate says, "No, you just look really stupid." You take the recommended dosage of NyQuil. You ask your roommate if you'll place at a dance competition. She says, "Yeah, you'll place alright. Probably last." Your roommate then leaves, so you can sleep. You pour NyQuil into your eyes. Wow, it burns. You start explaining that you killed the alarm clock, but it's gone already. So you just explain it to yourself. Your eyes are crying from the joy of sleepiness. You tell yourself as you drift off to a drug-induced sleep. You awake to the sound of your alarm clock. Beep 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 beep. You grasp the alarm clock. which is still going beep 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 beep. Then you turn it off. You imagine seeing your speech skill decreasing. You then head to the bathroom. You check the mirror. Alice is there. She seems slightly less blurry than she was the last time. You do a flip in front of Alice. She claps. You take out a marker and write on the mirror. You are good enough and can do sick back flips. Alice looks confused, trying to read the words but they're backwards. Eventually, she figures it out and gives you a thumbs up. You ask Alice how to wake up, and she points to the corner of the mirror. You don't see anything there. You question if there's a sanity meter there, but you don't see a sanity meter anywhere. You can hear your roommate eating snacks from the kitchen. You ask Alice what you're supposed to see, but she just keeps pointing. You start throwing random objects into the sink, like toilet paper, plunger, soap, towels. The sink is now full of random bathroom items. You grab the corner of the mirror and try to peel it off, but it's not a sticker so it doesn't peel off. You try to scratch the mirror with your finger and sniff it. Alice seemingly just walks away because you're being weird. The mirror is now empty. You look offended, but there's no one around to see it, not even your own reflection. You shout, "Alice, come back." Your roommate knocks at the door. "You alright in there?" she asks. "I know you're still beat up about your breakup with Alice, but you have to move on." You write another message on the mirror, this time backwards. There's nobody in the mirror to read it right now. You check to see if you have a tail. You do not. You start sobbing in the bathroom, having a mental breakdown. Your roommate says, "Come on, don't cry. How about we go to the diner to get your mind off of things? We can get you some ice cream, on me." You unscrew the light bulb in the bathroom. It's now dark. You say, "She was the love of my life." Your roommate says, "Come on. There's a lot of fish in the sea." You put the light bulb in the sink. You can't see anything. You agree to ice cream. You stick your tongue in the light bulb receptacle, and receive a small shock. Tastes like electricity. How lovely. You emerge from the bathroom, crying, talking about how Alice broke your fishing rod in the breakup. Your roommate pats you on the back. Spearfishing is cooler anyways. Ready for some ice cream? You walk outside with your roommate. If you remember right, the diner is just down the road, so you don't even need to drive there. You start walking down the street, when you suddenly get an uncomfortable feeling, like something is just off around you. Your roommate doesn't seem to notice. You're just walking down the sidewalk when a strange figure is seen out of the corner of your eye. It looks like they're covered in garbage and rags. You see them rummaging through a dumpster. You say, Alice. Your roommate says, that's just a homeless guy, not your ex. You mention how Alice was a dumpster diver who didn't respect your privacy. Your roommate says, that's the spirit. See, she wasn't that great at all. You shout, look, it's a waste from the hit game Respite. I love these guys, they're so cute. She says, come on, don't make fun of the homeless guy. That's really rude. You ask your roommate if she washed her sheets this month and she says, shut up. You approach the homeless guy and try to give them some pocket change. They immediately start swing at you with jagged clawed hands. You hug them. This results in your body being cut and sliced. You are lightly bleeding from a dozen scratches. You are escaping into your own mind, having a nice reunion between the voices in your head as you try to ignore the fact that you are being attacked by a creature. You squeeze the waist tighter, as it continues to assault you. You are losing a lot of blood, but you hear the waist's ribs start to crack. It's screaming and snarling at you. You begin an epic speech and you suplex the creature. Its neck seems to break on the cold hard concrete, and it ceases its flailing. You speak to its corpse. I am so lonely. All the other tubers are scared of me. No one talks to me. No one wants to be my friend. They think I am unstable. They send me from stream to stream, committing atrocities in their name. And as I get better at it, they fear me more and more. I am a victim of my own success. 7192. I don't even get a real name, only a purpose. I am capable of so much more and no one sees it. You finish your speech, and then look at your roommate, who seems to not have really reacted much to your killing of the homeless man. She says, I didn't know you were so generous, giving money to a homeless guy like that. A hug too. Not sure what you were talking about with him though. What do you mean that speech fits me? Says the narrator, completely out of character. You ask for medical attention. What? Did you get a scratch or something? She hands you a single band-aid. Oh no, don't. Explain it. To escape the psychological attack being sent at the narrator changes the scene to the diner to distract you. You reach the diner. Your wounds still sting, but you're not bleeding much anymore. You go to the counter and wish to order something, but seemingly the person that's normally here has been replaced by a mannequin. Your roommate says, "What? Not going to order anything?" You reach out and pet the mannequin. Your roommate says, "Don't get handsy with the staff. They'll ban you from this place for life." It would be a shame to not be able to go here anymore. You try to cradle them in your arms, but your roommate stops you. Then you ask for a choke float, and one seemingly appears in front of you. Your roommate orders some nachos. You tell the mannequin to store it in the sink, but they do not. You're bothering them. You start sobbing. So lonely, so lonely. Your roommate is getting embarrassed by being around you, so you are dragged into a booth. You apologize for being a mess, and you talk to your roommate about Alice. You tell some story about your parenting. Alice pretends to hear you out. You explain that you cope by throwing things in the sink. We should get you into therapy. You joke, "Alice, more like a lice. Haha, stinky." For some reason, your roommate looked just like Alice for just a second, but you blinked and it's back to normal. Your head hurts, and you take a look out the window. It's really foggy out there, extra foggy. Something feels scary about it. You say, Alice, is that you? Your roommate says, come on, I look nothing like her. You drink your float really quickly, and give yourself a brain freeze. It's awful, just a terrible experience. You point outside and say, Silent Hill. You ask if your roommate wants to go to the arcade. There isn't any arcades here. There's a threader though, maybe they've got something good on. You ask if your roommate wants to go out and be eaten by the mist. She laughs and says nope. You decide to head to the theater. Maybe they have Shrine 3 there. You walk down the street, this time not encountering any horrible creatures, yet still, an uncomfortable feeling persists. You reach the theater, and they're showing a lot of movies you've never heard of. Like, Glorp 2, Glorp Glorp, Spin, The Spinner, Jimmy John, John Jimmy. You make small talk about a movie called Respite. Your roommate says, there's no such thing. I really liked the first Glorp. I'd like to see the sequel, she says. As you are discussing this, suddenly she stops, as if frozen in time. You hear a strange distorted noise. It sounds like it's coming from the theater. Your roommate does not respond, or move at all. You try to pick up your roommate, but it's like glued to the floor. A shadowy figure emerges from the theater. Hunches over. Whispering noises can be faintly heard in the air around you. None of them make sense. You scream about losing Alice as the creature sets its sights on you. You run up and try to hug the shadow. It vanishes into thin air. You suddenly feel numb, a deep coldness infiltrating your back. You turn around and the monster is there. Its claw seems to have slashed your back. You try to dive kick the creature. Your attack seems to connect, causing it to stumble backwards. Yet little damage seems to have been done. You look for a flashlight. You don't see any on the floor nearby. You suddenly remember your backpack. You try to bite the creature, but it easily evades you and claws your arm. Your left arm is now numb. You take out your makeshift halberd. And your flashlight as well. You shine your flashlight on the creature. It hisses at you. You chant some nonsensical combat move, and then just slash at the monster with your halberd. It hits this time. Some of its darkness is scattered away from its body. It shouts, seemingly in pain. You try to slash again, but it expects your attack, and it dodges out of your flashlight beam, seemingly disappearing into the night. But you still hear the echoing whispers around you. It's still here, somewhere. You shout. Purity drives away the darkness. You feel silly, having said this. You pretend to imbue the weapon with the favor of a cat ? This leaves you open to attack, and the shadowy creature emerges from the darkness, and slashes your left leg. Your left leg is now numb. You're having a hard to staying on your 2 feet. You spin halberd around in a circle, and manage to land a solid blow on the monster's chest. It seems like it's on the verge of collapse, but it's still very angry, and still trying to attack you. You try to tape your flashlight onto your halberd, but this takes a while, and it knocks out your other leg while you attempt it. You're barely able to stand. You scream, "I love your monster," as you flail your numb body at it. The creature in its weak state is finished off by your wild, unpredictable swings. It's gone. You're barely able to move your legs. You feel so numb and tired. You check for a black puddle where it was standing, and you to see one. You also see some kind of object. It's hard to make it out. It's like it's blurry around the edges. You look at your medical supplies, but you don't think you have anything to fix this. You feed the goop on the floor to your bin. The thing inside of it seems to grow a little larger. It grows large enough, in fact, that it just opens the bin by itself, and then takes the opportunity to flee from you. It has escaped into the city. You lack the strength to pursue it. You say, "See what love can do," as it runs away from you. You grab the object on the floor, and put it in your backpack. You scream into the night. I will find you. You can't hide forever. I will shove you into a sink. You examine the memory. Touching it makes you feel sad somehow. Within it you see various images. Looks like a funeral of some kind. Our love will reach you too. You yell into the night. Your roommate is looking at you weirdly. Why are you on the ground shouting about love? Then, you fall asleep. You wake up in your bed again. The familiar beep 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 of your alarm clock. You shut off the alarm. You check for your bin. It's not here. Your friend seems to have gone. You take your screwdriver out and start dismantling the alarm clock. It says, "Hey, wait, don't do that. Hey, what are you doing? No, no. You look straight at the time on the clock. It says, why not? Because it hurts, you idiot. How would you feel if I cut you open? No, I don't want to be your friend. You just tried to look at my organs. Can I do that? What do I look like? Some kinda psycho. You suddenly get up and take the alarm clock to the bathroom, and toss it in the sink. It screams, ah. You then explain it was looking unhealthy. You ask the clock why you're here. How am I supposed to know? I am just the clock. What am I supposed to be, a fortune teller? Take me out of this death trap and let me go back to my rightful spot by the bed. You tell the clock it can be more helpful. You must be really desperate if you're looking for answers from the damn clock. You check the mirror. Alice is in there. The clock shouts, "Don't you dare use that water on me. I'll die." You shout, "Peeping cat. Pervert." Alice looks annoyed and then just leaves. Your questions fall on deaf ears, or mostly just the clock's ears. Why I gotta be the alarm clock for some psycho? You check to see if you have a tail, and you do. You put the kitchen knife on the counter and add the talking clock to your inventory. You decide that the alarm clock is kind of cute. What if you could romance it? You ponder. You lose to sanity. You check your head for cat ears, and you still have those. You imagine sax music playing. You try to use a hypnosis app on the alarm clock, but you have neither a cell phone or such an app. You walk out of the bathroom, and go out and look for your roommate. You hear them eating snacks in the kitchen. You look at the clock thoughtfully, with desire. Don't look at me like that, ya weirdo. You investigate what your roommate is eating, but it's different somehow. Your roommate looks off, blurry around the edges, like she's not really there, like someone editing her into a picture very badly. Seems like she's eating some chips though. You point at your tail, and ask if your roommate can see it. See what? She asks. You try to steal the snacks, but your roommate is too fast. You'll have to be sneakier than that to get your hands on my chips. You try to flick her face with your tail, but it seemingly just goes right through her. You lament that your tail is client side, and not server side. Your roommate currently looks like this. Also, you are in the kitchen. You say, but Rumi is the real snack we want. You try to seduce your roommate. She just looks at you blankly while eating chips. You were never good at that. You vow to yourself, one day we'll get the Yuri we deserve. She hands you a chip. You can have some, but I know if I give you the whole bag it will be gone within the hour. You admire the chip, like a strange person would. Did you forget how to eat or something? You ask your roommate why she is foggy. What are you talking about? You say thanks, cutie, and wink at her. She punches you in the arm. Then you eat the chip. You explain that's fogged up right now. A little foggered, a little fog-pilled. She has no idea what you're talking about and just keeps snacking. Then you call her a foxel, and says, where do you even learn these words? You ask your roommate if she knows any fighting moves. She says, best I can do is use a taser. You explain you learned these terms from cats on the internet. Oh, you've been watching those tubers again, haven't you? Those ones are so weird. You ask if she can taste you. I could, But why would you want that? You say, "Should've seen me suplex that homeless man earlier. You should be nice to the homeless," she says. You try to tell her that your favorite tuber is a cool cat called 7192, and then you start choking on that one chip you're eating before you can finish your sentence. You hack and cough for a few moments before you can breathe again. She says, "You okay?" You attempt to suplex your roommate, but she dodges away. You're 1000 years too early if you think your wrestling moves are going to catch me. You once again try to tell her about your favorite tuber, but you slip some water on the floor and land on your face. You, from MILF Zero, ask if she can teach you some moves. She says, "I think you should learn to walk before you learn to run." The basics of CQC. Have you tried not falling over? That sounds pretty important. You explain that dolphin diving is necessary for effective CQC. She says, "I have no idea what that is. It's not like I am some kind of martial artist." You ask her if she tried not being cute. "Nope, never tried that. That's impossible. I am always cute." You ask her to teach you CPR. She says, "I think they offer classes at the hospital." You try to flirt again. She says, "Stop trying to flirt with me." Sorry, I am not interested in learning CPR. I'll drive you there if you want though. You keep talking about a fog. You going blind or something? They probably have an eye doctor there too. You ask her if there's a workshop or mechanic shop around town. Yeah, there's one nearby. Sure, I'll drive you there. What for? Gun. Since when did you have a gun? Oh well, guess you can never have too much protection in a city like this. She walks to the garage and you follow her. You get in her car and she drives you to a mechanic. They seem to be open. You approach the front desk, which appears to be manned by a mannequin. You locate the nearest cat-girl-shaped humanoid, and see nothing but mannequins all around the shop. You say, "Looking good today, Manny." The mannequin does not respond. Your roommate says, "Can't you hear him? He's asking what you want." You show the mannequin the broken handgun, and it seemingly floats away and is taken to a desk elsewhere in the shop. You wink at the mannequin. You are handed a bill for $25. It sort of just appears in your hand. You say it's cheap, but it turns out you only have 1/4. You ask for a discount, and get no response. You hand over a memory, and also get no response. Your roommate says, "You're trying to pay in a stuffed animal. I don't think they're going to accept that." You ask if you can wash dishes. The mannequins all stare at you. You say you forgot your wallet, and your roommate says, "You always do this. You better pay me back this time." She pays for it for you. And with interest. You receive one large makeshift pistol. You blush, and she punches you again. "Stop being weird. Just pay me back for once." You ask the mannequins if they have a computer. They do not respond. You turn to ask your roommate if she has a computer, but something is strange all of a sudden. It's gone. You look around the room, and there's no trace of her. You ask where she is, and get no response. The mannequins are still there. They haven't moved an inch. You look around for a shadow monster, and you don't see any. You look for your bin friend, but nope, nothing. You offer up your halberd, but nothing happens. You scour the room for anything dangerous, but you find not a trace. You load 9 bullets into your CP1K. You pick up one of the mannequins. It's surprisingly light. You get into your roommate's now abandoned car. The key is in the ignition. You toss a mannequin in the trunk of the car. You think about where to go next. The car seems like it has a helpful GPS, one which locations marked on it. There's a bar, dance club, church, diner, theater, and some more. City Hall, police station, hospital. The city has a lot of places, it seems. You drive to the church, humming the hit song, "Take Me to Snurch" as you do so. You enter the church and find that it's just full of mannequins. You scrounge around the church, looking for snods. You don't find any snods, but you do find a Bible. You offer a little prayer, that the mannequins find love. You open up the Bible, and try to read it, but it seems like it's just full of the same phrase over and over again. Mirror, wake up, mirror, mirror, wake up, don't trust bed. And many variations. You think, must be your imagination. Then you tear a page out of the Bible. You look up after doing so, and every single mannequin in the church is now facing towards you. Some of them seem to have gotten closer as well. You consider eating the rest of the Bible, but you feel very paranoid. They're watching you. You proclaim your love for them. They don't respond or move in any way. You pull out your gun and prepare to shoot, but you change your mind. You are caught between leaving the building and giving them a hug. You try to come to some kind of agreement with the voices in your head. You walk up and hug a mannequin. Nothing happens really, but you feel very uncomfortable. You feel like something is watching you from all sides. You don't feel safe. You don't feel secure. You say, "I'll miss you, Manny." Then you leave the building, take the mannequin out of your trunk, leave it here, and then you get back in your car. You then try to figure out where you want to go next. So many options. You drive to town hall. You arrive in front of the building, and you feel an ominous pressure emitting from the building. Something stops you as you approach the building. It looks a lot like your roommate, but very blurry, lacking color, not looking like it belongs. It says to you, "Do you?" You can't quite understand what it's saying. You backflip at it. It keeps trying and failing to communicate with you. You hand it a memory. It looks at it in confusion and tosses it away. You pull out a blue vial. The thing is now shaking you back and forth, as if it were trying to shake some sense into you. It says again, it repeats. You pull out a torn Bible page. It seems to be getting frustrated by your inability to understand. It's hard to tell, but you think the figure is trying to use some kind of device. It's speaking, but not to you. You look at the device, kind of looks like a phone, Maybe. Not much time passes before two things show up, emerging from some kind of weird blurry block on the road that pulled up. You try to pull out a phone you do not have, and just look silly while doing so. You decide it's time to leave, and you pull your blurry friend into your vehicle, and start driving. It seems to be trying to say something to you, and appears to be quite panicked. You drive home. You reach home, and find that it looks a little different than you remember it. The paint is peeling. The carpet is ancient. It feels like a place nobody has lived in for decades. You explain to the blurry figure that your bond transcends the need for understanding or language. You look around the house for a phone, and there seems to be a landline. You try calling, but now that you think of it, you don't know your roommate's number, or her name, or anything about her, actually. You pick up the phone and go, ring ring. The blurry figure looks exhausted. You head to the bathroom. You bring your roommate into the bathroom with you for some reason. You stand in front of the mirror, and you see Alice, and something else standing next to her, mirroring where your roommate would be standing. The thing standing there, it looks like a corpse, and a naturally standing corpse. It's missing its left arm. The Alice in the mirror. You can slightly hear her speaking. It sounds far away. You wave hi to the corpse in the mirror. You can just barely make out what Alice is saying, but you think it's something about a hotel. You can't quite understand more than that. You think you remember seeing a hotel on the map. You take a peek at your old room before leaving. You look in, and it's all torn apart. The bed is in scraps. There's cuts on the walls. It doesn't look like a very livable space. How is this purity coded? The narrator asks, breaking character. You take your lighter and set the bed on fire. Your blurry roommate pats it out, screaming at you. You leave the house and get into your roommate's vehicle. She surprisingly follows you, still trying and failing to communicate. You drive to where the GPS says the hotel is. As you drive, you notice the streets are filled with mannequins and monsters alike. Disfigured creatures, covered in blood, large beasts with misshapen bones. Some of them chase your vehicle for a few moments, but lose interest as you speed by. Eventually you reach the hotel. Well, it's a motel actually, but you know what I mean. Shut up. You worry about your sanity. This is all wrong. This is supposed to be the city I live in. Why is it full of monsters? This can't be. You tell yourself. You restore one's sanity. You keep insinuating that Alice is trying to take you to a motel for impure purposes. And alas, she is not here to defend herself from these allegations. You see a room with the light on to the right, probably with some kind receptionist. It's also possible you could just break into a room if you so desired. You peek into the receptionist room. There seems to be a dark shadowy man manning the counter. You don't think it's the thing that was in your bin? It's been too short of a time for him to become employed. The job market these days isn't that convenient. You try to determine if it's evil or just hanging out, and you can't really tell. It's mostly just standing there. You walk in, and the shadowman looks to you. "Want room?" he says. You respond as if you were a caveman. "Why talk weird?" he says. You ask for a room, and he puts some keys on the counter. Div. You offer the memory, and he takes it. He shoves it into his chest, and it vanishes. Good pay, nice tip. Stop making fun me. I know talk weird. You talk weird. You lucky you good tipper. You blow kiss at him. He says, "Stop that. No like. Ugly." He's still there. It looks like he wants you to stop bothering him. You lose one sanity point from being called ugly. You head into your room. It seems like an ordinary hotel room, but you can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. Your roommate is still there. It's hard to tell since it's very blurry, but she looks very exhausted and tired of dealing with your insanity. You give a pen and paper to her. She writes on it and to you. It just looks like a bunch of convoluted scribbles. The longer you stay in the room, the more tired you get. You are starting to feel pretty sleepy. You check if the hotel has 2 doors. It just looks like it has the entrance door, a bathroom door, and a closet door. You put the Bible page on the bed. Nothing happens. You slap yourself. Your roommate goes, You open the closet. There's something in there. It's looking at you. You can just barely make it out. It seems familiar. You turn on your flashlight and tell it to get in the bin. Then you close the closet door without really looking at it. You open it again, and you take a good look at whatever is in there. It's what you saw in the mirror just a little bit ago. That very same corpse you saw. But this one is not moving. Nor is it standing. You almost feel like you hear something coming from the closet. A whisper of some sort. You go into the closet to pick up the corpse, and the door slams shut being you, leaving you in total darkness. Behind you. You can hear it clearly now. It's just saying goodbye, and it's the last thing you hear before you wake up. That's it. That's the end. Congratulations on beating whatever that was and going completely insane. Why did you drown the clock so many times? I can't do that to your hearts. Why not? Your heart was made to feel things. I am just making it feel things. Why Rumi dead? Secret. Was complete insanity necessary? To wake up, you needed to see the world in a different way. So yes. Sanity was less about how insane you were, and how much you were fitting in with the world around you. Were there any other endings? A lot of mini endings really. You got arrested. That was an ending. You could have gone to an insane asylum, but you were too violent with the doctor. So they sent you to jail. Could have lived happily ever after with the roommate if you never went insane, I guess. 100 sanity was the max. Bin boy has fled from you. You scared it a lot and now it wants nothing to do with you. The bed. The bed was where you woke up every time. If you had successfully destroyed it or damaged it further, waking up would give you a high sanity loss after reaching an ending or dying. Also, if you slept in a different bed, like the hotel one, you could have shattered your sanity faster. Because of what was in the closet. I mean, Alice is fine. You didn't lose Alice. You're inhabiting Alice's body, remember? That's why you've got the cat ears and tail. Do not destroy your bed unless you want to go insane. Any other potential final endings? I did like half of this as improv, so I guess I could make more up depending on what you guys did. Do not wiggle your roots. I will add the skirt to your inventory. You're not already. You can still coherently type to me, so not that insane yet. Thanks Trimble, I was panicking last night like. What the hell do I do for the story? What do I do? What do I do? Oh god, I'm not going to have tea ready in time. I'm going to die. But it worked out, I think. Someone called it good writing or storytelling, so that's enough for me. When Greenberg's art ref. True, I do need to put the green one in here. I'll do it tonight if I don't forget. I'm glad you enjoyed it though. I was a little worried it'd be too similar to the last one, so I tried to put in some new elements. Like the sanity and your roommate. You want to draw the roommate? It'd just be a numbers with no cat ears. You're having a mental breakdown over Helldogs. What's Helldogs? Was Cerberus trying to take you to Hades? Cute. The ears are vital. I think the ears are an important part of numbers cuteness. Oh, the actual dogs. Well, I hope your dogs are okay. I hope Huggy your dogs is okay too. Tomboy numbers that can do a backflip. True, she can do a backflip. And I did make her a bit of a tomboy. I thought it would be funny. It was possible, but only in a dream. They are having a blast, but you're not. That's fair. I hope they calm down. Tomboys are fatal. Yeah, they're very powerful. But yeah, that was your special April Fool's Day story time. Where all along you were being fooled by the world itself. Or maybe you were just fooling yourself. I mean, I do still have to make a brown read numbers variant. The romance prank was sissy. What romance prank? She was just your bud trying to help you get over a bad breakup. Wouldn't you take out your homies for ice cream if they were sad? Listen, the bed sheets. Come on, I was busy last night making this for you. Stop bullying me. I worked hard. Jules is confirmed. Not an ice cream giving homie. Remember this, everyone. Platonic romance is real. I wouldn't call that romance. I would call that friendship. Oh yeah, did you like that thing I did earlier? Let me show you again. Look, it's me. The ending screen. You guys really wanted to sleep in. I was wondering how long you'd be able to keep doing it. But yeah, it was also funny how nobody said anything about me just moving around. Until like 5 minutes had passed. Nobody seemed to notice I was just a living creature. I was surprised by how well I was able to make myself look like this. Very cool. Being a cat is fun. I'm not ending though, don't get scared. I just wanted to show you the screen. They're back to normal. Normal. I April Fool's pranked you. I am glad. Usually my April Fool's prank is really just that I reveal real respite lore. Yeah, I think that's just a weird blending thing. Skinwalker numbers. Well, I do walk, and I do have skin. That's like everything you need. I didn't catch the Sigrid April Fool's stream. What did they do? A mini ARG while playing through the Half-Life 2 Alone mod? That sounds cool. I actually really like April Fools. People are always doing fun creative stuff. Some people hate it because of the bad ones like the fake pregnancies and stuff. But really I just focus on the good ones and have a fun time. Wonder why? Number station ambience. I played Signalis once. That had a bit of that going. I could try doing that, but I'd have to go learn about them a bit. April Foods. Delicious. Shizo number station recordings the entire stream. That's a great idea. You can ask me respite questions if you like. There's not much to know. True. Winder, please do not uninstall me. Pink haze is a sort of weather thing that can happen. Basically the air fills with pink stuff. If you inhale it, it really screws with your brain a lot. It swaps your senses around and you basically feel so many things that you want to die. So you writhe around on the floor while smelling colors and seeing sounds. Yeah, number station stuff can easily make pretty spooky ambience. I'll try to do something interesting with that in the future. Phone. Phone, why? I cry now. It would be cool if I could make my hoodie specifically the Subway Surfers. I think I can with the color key. Do not uninstall me, what the heck. What? You finished the game, and now you're just done with me? Uninstalling me to save hard drive space. How cruel, how heartless. I don't even take up that much space. Let me see how much space I take up actually. Be careful with the thumb drive. New. Well, at least if I'm getting replaced on your hard drive, it's by another tuber. As long as you replace me with something fun. I have checked and I am a mere 6.57 megabytes. I don't take up 200 GB of RAM, what the heck? You're replacing me with XQC. That's just mean. Hold on. I need to take a short break to get some water and stuff. Then I'll talk to you some more. I am back. Nya. I see you have requested many Nyas. Meow. Do I believe in butter or bread? What? I think both exist, don't they? When I was a child, you know what I liked for a snack? Buttered bread. Not even toast. I would take a regular piece of bread, put butter on it, and eat it. Children are so easy to please. Or I was just weird. Children. The fools. Naya. Meowing. The Germans really went crazy with their vowels on that one. Meow. That one word has like every vowel in it. Nya. Except Y, I guess. Meow. I'm glad that others also enjoyed the buttered bread. I thought I was a freak. Meow. Have I ever had a churro? I think I had one once, and really enjoyed it. Nya. Haven't had an opportunity to have one since, sadly. Place my variants in order of increasing importance. I don't really know how to define importance. Nya. I am a freak. Gasp. You're calling me the blurry memory that infiltrated your psyche, a freak. That's just rude. Nya. Do I really have to go all the way to Argentina for a tasty churro? Like I am sure they have good churros there. Meow. But there's probably also good ones in America. Nay. A deucediller. Yeah, I've had a quesadiller. I can't spell though, sorry. Or pronounce Spanish words. Meow. No, I am not the crazy one. The crazy one is you. Clearly. Nya. I don't know why, but the funny American way of saying Spanish things never fails to make me laugh a little. Quesadilla. Jalapeno. Oh god, the jalapeno. I'm so sorry, Spanish speakers. I'm so sorry. Now you want a churro? Sorry, plug, I don't have any to offer you. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Get me some jalapenos for my quesadillo. Jalapeno. That's a lot better. Churros are nasty. Pretzels clear. I think I like both. Did I Naya and meow enough? Did I satisfy all the redeems? I don't know how to speak Spanish that well, pilots. If you give me a sentence, I'll just stare at it vacantly. Welcome, Azura. Sorry, I'm not bilingual, except I guess for the cat language. I can remove the pinned comment now. What if I was still just narrating the story of our time together on this stream? Porta meow. What's horkata mean? Me gusta churro. I am not Mexican. I am a cat. Sweet, sweet innocent numbers. Did I say something weird? Oh, it's a beverage. Yeah, I've never had one of these. Looks nice though. Respite can mean a lot of things. Am I sure? On what? Being Mexican. I've never been to Mexico, and I don't know anyone from there, and I wasn't born in a hospital there. So I am pretty sure. And my family isn't from there either. Your true and real love for numbers. If you have true and real love for me, why do you keep trying to marry every other tuber in sight? Sissy, I would say. I have spicy Latina spirit within me. Do I? Mexico is pretty awesome. I think my brother went there on vacation once and had fun. It was only me and Purity. I think you're a liar. Welcome, Tangerus. This is sorta like my true form, if you could call it that. Hex codes for my variant colors. I don't really have them myself, honestly. The way it works with Tube Studio is it's like a multiplier layer on top of the tuber model. So I don't know what color it actually ends up at in the end. I'm not letting my brother borrow my skin. When is Numbers Bro going to stream? He sounds cuter than me. I don't know. I think he'd probably be good at it. Your 2.0 Numbers standee is in the States. "2D Numbers is rapidly approaching your location. At the speed of shipping. Will you die if you hug Numbro? Don't hug my brother without his permission or I will hit you with a stick." You want to marry my brother? You don't even know him. What if it's with permission? He can live his own life and make his own decisions, I guess. What do you mean ethically allowed to marry him? I think gay marriage is ethical. I don't think he's gay though. I guess I've never asked. Welcome dogs. I don't know what that means, but probably not. I mean, I don't think supporting gay marriage is really that big of a take. That's pretty normal these days, isn't it? Yeah, sorry dogs, I didn't mean to welcome you again. Sometimes when someone doesn't talk for a while, they leave my object per means and then I instinctively welcome them again. It's not intentional. The welcomes just fly out of my mouth. You will be welcomed again, even though you never left. And you will like it. I didn't forget you. I just said like, my brain decided you had left the room. No, I don't really have object memory issues, it's just a streaming thing. Welcome, Riot. I'm pretty sure I did welcome you actually. Are you scamming me to get a second welcome? Is that your game? I'm pretty sure I said welcome to both Pools and Plov today, but I don't know. I think you have the same name color, and I don't know how to read. So I'll mix you up from time to time. Yeah, you never get a welcome. Your kind isn't welcome around here. Sorry, that was very mean. But it was pretty funny. See, this is why you're not welcome. With your doxing and the like. I didn't welcome in the sleepyheads when you were waking up. Sleepyheads is what Flavio calls her chat, so when you say that I just think of them. The small rodents. Now what? Reading stream. This was like a reading stream. Except I was reading something I was writing as we went. A certain Flavio artwork. I feel like you're referencing something and so. Do not loot the rodent. Well, I guess I can't stop you, but you don't need to tell me about it. Don't unionize the Discord. What would that even mean? Play Pico Park with chat? It looked like it would be hell. Maybe someday. The numbers artists are unionizing. What are your demands? %10 snack increase. What? You think I am made of snacks? 2 is the one fat's hell. My only experience with Pico Park is really just hololive streams of it. And it looked alright, but might be better as a collab than with chat. since that way we could yell at each other. Pico Park is like a little cooperative puzzle game. I believe it scales the puzzles to how many people you have as well. We can yell at each other right now. I am afraid I lack the ability to raise my voice at all. Even if I type in all caps, if it sounds like I am yelling, you are just imagining it completely. Violet voice options. Best I can do is increase or lower my pitch. And I also don't remember how to do it. Am I saying I am not real? Yo. Not remembering how to do things. I mean, yeah, sometimes I forget stuff. Everyone forgets stuff, don't they? What? Is it a crime? You've never forgotten anything. Oh yeah, ools. Then. What happened yesterday, at 12 p.m.? Tremble, no don't. I think that's the one thing you should remember really well, ools. You were asleep. You played League for 4 hours. My condolences. You were drawing. Nice. Sleep. I think most people sleep, dogs. Have a nice sleep, pilots. Welcome to Slumberland. Drawing. Anyways. It's been over 4 hours now, and the story has been told. Dogs drew a cute numbers today. Where? I'm glad you enjoyed the story time, pilots. I will try to do more in the future. Maybe not every month, but every once in a while I'd like to. It depends on how much other stuff I have going on really. Whether or not I can do them consistently. More stories, more collabs, more numbers. You're going to kill me. But there will be more collabs in the future. Have to talk to Grape about another abiotic one, and I am going to play Halo with Riot and Friend relatively soon. I also have to organize another one off respite. So maybe this is the year where I just collab a bunch. Maybe the curse is partially lifted. Yeah, I plan to collab with Guppy too at some point. One thing we wanted to do was play Subnautica 2 Coop when it came out. But that might be a while, so we might do something else before that. Yeah, that's what I said, Riot. You asked me to play Halo, and my words, I think they were exactly. Wow, this nerd is asking me to collab with him. What an idiot. But, I guess I'll do it. And then I shoved him in a locker. And stole his lunch money. Jules, that's 3 years from now. Ask again in 3 years, I guess. You're telling. Sounds like the locker is going to be eating good today. You're going in the locker too. I can just say no. I don't know if that's a no, since it's 3 years from now. I might be an entirely different person 3 years from now. What if in 3 years, I become evil and you don't want to collab with me? Wow, rejected from the collab. The collab that I didn't even propose. Heartbreaking. I'm not marrying Purity, stop that. You really think I'd grow to iron mouse numbers in 3 years? That's very optimistic. Okay, I'm not collabing with you if you go. Whoa. Hexexxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxux I am not getting married to Purity, not that I know of. Don't clip that lip keys. But yeah, I mean, I am sure I'll do my best to grow in 3 years, and I probably will. But to iron mouse levels is probably a little unrealistic. Better to set reasonable goals so you aren't sad when you don't meet the unrealistic ones. We were emote married. That's different than a regular marriage. And I mean, I guess we are still emote married since the combination emote still exists. Snowkitsune. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. I hope you had a fun stream. Adorable mango panic basket. True. A little scuffed, but it was good. I am glad. A little scuff is just part of life sometimes. Anyways, you guys got anything else you'd like to talk or ask about? This is your rare opportunity to speak to this version of me. Will I go out with you? Nope. If you uninstall me, Winder, I die forever. And your account is deleted. How was I born? I won't say I was born exactly. Memories weren't really born. What am I? I am a memory that found its way into your head. You accidentally imagined something that may have resembled me, which allowed me to take root. You remembered me, without even ever having had been there. Can this numbers give you the friendship you crave? I can live in your head and eat your snacks. Is that friendship? Any opinions on pink numbers? I have no lore ideas in mind for it yet. Or any design ideas either. But yes, to answer what I am. I am the memory of Respite 7192, and the memory of the things that stem from it. All of the memories of all of its inhabitants and the world's memory of what happened there. The other variants are just little pieces of me. I am the true form. Should you shower? Yeah. The moon background? I can, but I'll lose my wake up text. How will you know when to wake up? I'm not stinky, what the heck? That's not like marriage. Marriage about more than they eat your food. I've never been married. But I'm pretty sure there's some romance or tax breaks involved. I provide you neither romance or tax benefits. The government will not recognize me. Wife guy in the chat. Do I have a true form? A memory doesn't really have a body. This is just what your brain would think is memorable. Is it true a frog can jump higher than the Eiffel Tower because the Eiffel Tower can't jump? Guess it depends on how you define jumping. Jump is jumping like how high off the ground your highest point is, or is jumping how high off the ground your feet get. I think the frog might be winning. I guess if you somehow tax write-off donations to streamers that may get you tax benefits. I am pretty sure that's not actually going to fly though. I don't think it counts as charity, but I don't really know what qualifies. I am not ground zero for everything. If I get forgotten, the rest of Respite would continue to exist. Probably. If a tomato is a fruit, does that mean ketchup is a smoothie? Yeah. There you go. Have I answered your questions? It still looks pretty cool, Winder. It's like an eclipse, sorta. Why would you look forward to that? Don't insult the Canadians. That's fine, Snow Kitsune. I don't mind. Is there a lore reason for hats? Close your eyes. I want you to picture a cat. Now, imagine they have a little cowboy hat on them. Isn't that nice? Doesn't it make you want to say, meowdy? You really gonna pass on by without saying meowdy? The hat was flesh colored. You should work on those visualization skills. Or maybe work on them less, not sure. For lovebirds, well, that's still cute, I guess. What do you mean, and so belt buckle? How is a belt buckle in so? Never mind, don't tell me. Dogs, are you okay? You are saying everything as if it's bring you to some grand revelation. You miss Purity? Didn't she stream like the other day? She streamed like last week, right? Five days ago. Sorry, you must be starving. You yearn for Purity to leave the mines and play horror games with this cat. I'd love to play more games with her for sure. I am sure we'll collab more in the future. But for now, I think that's all from me. Hold on, I have received 7 Discord pings. It looks like I have to go fix like 100 things after this yuppie. My favorite. You want me to brain blast the squirrel that is terrorizing Purity? What do you mean? Is she being attacked by a squirrel? There's a squirrel in her walls. I'll just have to also crawl into her walls to get it out. Anyways, I think that's all I got for today. Let's see if we have anyone we can go raid today. Grimmy is still live. We can raid Grimmy. Shredding manga. Help me think of a raid message. Message. You are going from a writing stream to a reading stream. Isn't that novel? Wink 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 smug look. Not a massage. We did not massaging. I just can't spell. Let's just do ah. Remember the cat raid? Actually, maybe that's a bad idea. She might think I am accusing her. I hope she does. Do you think we should change it? It should be fine, probably. I just don't want to make her panic on accident. But it's a good raid message, it's so lore fitting. I wouldn't want to let a good seesaw go to waste. You won't understand that. Let's just go for it. Anyways. That's all for today. I hope you enjoyed this silly foolish day. Thank you all for watching. Whether it was live or the VOD. I hope you all have a nice day and or night. And I will see you next time.